Vote number 34, resolved that a sum not exceeding $75,134,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation's Ministry operations to March 31st, 2026.
I now recognize the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm going to try and stay as sort of organized and as categorical as I can here with my questions, but just keeping an eye on the time and out of respect to the ministry, I'll try not to jump around as much as I possibly can here this afternoon. I just want to start on page 114 of the 2025 budget document, specifically under Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, the year-to-date December 21st, 24-25. We have a report of the budget of $84 million and an actual of $264 million, which is a variance of $180 million. Would the minister be able to answer for what reasons such an overage of expenditures occurred in the last budget year, please?
Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the question. The discrepancy is related to timing of when the ministry receives revenue recoveries related to our revenue sharing programs. So if the member looks across that line on the same page, you'll see that the full year accounting reflects that the budget and the forecast are equal at 160 million.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
A lot of words today between my riding and the ministry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could the minister, and thank you to the minister for that answer, could the minister please describe for the record in as much detail as possible what is a foundation agreement, what is a reconciliation agreement, and what the differences and similarities are between the two? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognizing the minister.
Thanks, Chair. The ministry has uses the term reconciliation agreements to cover a broad term, a broad range of agreements between the province and First Nations. Foundation agreements are one type of reconciliation agreement, and it's a term that we use for an agreement that lays the foundation between the province and a First Nation for a reconciliation journey together, typically focused on mutual interests. And as the member knows, we have a number of foundation agreements, all within that broader category of reconciliation agreements. I'll leave it there for now.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the minister for that. Just for the record, could we get numbers on how many foundation agreements the province has currently signed, and how many right now they're in active negotiations across the province for?
Recognizing the minister.
Thanks, Chair. I'll begin by just clarifying that a foundation agreement isn't a distinct category of agreements. It's part of the name. So I can give you an example of two relatively recently concluded foundation agreements. One is the Lake Babine Foundation Agreement, a tripartite agreement signed in 2019. And then, of course, as the member knows, the Shashal Foundation Agreement, which was signed in 2018 and renewed more recently in 2024. And again, the ministry works with First Nations on a range of agreements. Often the name comes later in those discussions and negotiations. And so I can't speak to how many agreements with foundation agreement in the name are in the works, but we'll point the member toward those two examples.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in comparing some of the various agreements that the province is entering into with nations, and I understand the treaty process is quite long and complicated. Is the province encouraging communities to enter into various agreements, such as foundation agreements, as opposed to formal treaties? Or who gets to make that decision? Is it the nations who approach the province or the federal government potentially with that ask? Or is it the province who makes that suggestion to the various communities?
Recognizing the minister.
Thanks, Chair. The province works with First Nations to implement various approaches to reconciliation. We work with First Nations as they seek their own pathways to self-determination and economic prosperity and reconciliation. Whether a First Nation is seeking a comprehensive treaty or another form of agreement, the goals are the same. Achieving lasting reconciliation with First Nations is a manner that in a manner that creates tangible benefits in communities and recognizes rights and title.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister for that. I guess my question is then, why are we having sort of these various agreements signed as opposed to going down the road of these formal treaties?
Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thanks, Chair. Comprehensive reconciliation agreements and other forms of agreements generally adopt incremental approaches to reconciliation of rights and title. These incremental approaches can provide upfront benefits that create meaningful change in communities, all while allowing the First Nation to work on complex governance and jurisdiction and title issues over time. The province views non-treaty agreements as opportunities to pursue the same outcomes as a treaty with First Nations that aren't in favor of the treaty process. However, non-treaty agreements can also contribute incrementally toward comprehensive reconciliation through a treaty.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Minister. So I think that was answered at the end. So just to be clear that various reconciliation agreements could be a step towards a formal treaty?
Recognizing the Minister.
Yes.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that. What measures are in place that the government has to track and publicly report on the financial performance of reconciliation-related agreements?
Recognizing the Minister.
Thanks, Chair. So, of course, as a public body, we issue financial statements every year. In addition, I direct the member to the ministry's annual service plan. Every ministry puts one out, and the service plan includes accountability and reporting measures. It's publicly available, and I'm happy to answer specific questions on the service plan if relevant.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. And I may come back to that if time permits. Within foundation agreements or reconciliation agreements, more generally speaking, could the ministry please describe for the record what exactly consent-based decision-making means when we look at these various agreements, please?
Recognizing the minister.
Thanks, Chair. The idea of consent agreements is about shared decision-making jurisdiction with Indigenous governing bodies. The ministry works with First Nations to develop consent-based decision-making processes in our agreement-making with them if the context and subject matter of the decision is appropriate.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what content would the ministry deem appropriate for that explanation that was given? Thank you.
Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thanks, Chair. Choosing to move forward together with First Nations on shared decision-making is a way that we build a stronger BC. Over the past 2 years, BC has announced mandates to negotiate joint and consent-based decision agreements with the Tahltan Nation and the Namgis First Nation. BC also signed 2 consent-based agreements with the Tahltan Central Government under Section 7 of the Declaration Act for the Eskay Creek and the Red Chris mines. These shared decision-making agreements were in relation to environmental assessments for major mining projects in the case of Tahltan and a forest landscape plan in the agreement with Namgis.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
That's a tongue twister, I know. Thank you, Chair. So in that language, is there a difference between joint decision-making and consent-based decision-making for any of these agreements? Thank you, Chair.
Recognizing the Minister.
Thanks, Chair. So shared decision-making is a general term that can describe a number of ways that First Nations and the province can work together to make decisions. The Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act enables the province to enter into joint or consent-based decision-making agreements with an Indigenous governing body. In a joint agreement, the provincial statutory decision-maker and Indigenous governing body make decisions together. Under a consent-based agreement, both the province and the First Nation must approve a project before it can proceed in recognition of the First Nation's right of self-governance over lands and resources in its territory.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that clarification. So just using the Tahltan as an example, and there's been some phenomenal work happen in the north with the Tahltan and the agreements that have been in place there. But just under the use of consent-based decision-making, so whether it comes to permitting, environmental assessment, reclamation decisions, etc., under a consent-based agreement with the Tahltan, things could not proceed unless they gave consent to that to proceed. Is that correct, what I'm hearing with consent-based decision-making, Mr. Chair?
Recognizing the minister.
Thanks, Chair. Under Section 7 agreements such as Tahltan, both the province and Tahltan need to approve the project. For that consent to be given, the process must allow for a meaningful deliberation and consideration by Tahltan to enable an informed and thoughtful decision, just as the province does. And in fact, we think that working in partnership with Tahltan on these Section 7 agreements will create stronger decision-making, possibly including ways to move these major projects faster. I understand from Tahltan Nation and the Environmental Assessment Office, along with the Ministries of Mines and Environment and the proponents, have been working closely together on these environmental assessments to ensure the reviews are robust, efficient, and timely. Our government, Tahltan government and BC have a strong history of shared decision-making, and the consent agreements for both projects are rooted in this history and the province's respect for Tahltan as a decision maker.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that answer. Just kind of speaking hypothetically for a second. If there was potentially a resource project on the table in a Section 7 agreement and a nation did not approve that project and perhaps thought that proper consultation did not go through, would then the stalling of the project, would the province ever consider overruling a nation in order to move a project forward?
Recognizing the minister.
Thanks, Chair. So I'll start by answering just to say that a lot depends on the design of the agreement and the strength of the partnership. Section 7 agreements set out criteria. They provide an understanding of the decision-making process, and they provide opportunities for third parties to be effectively heard. And if people disagree, they can challenge a decision. They're judicially reviewable. The Declaration Act decision-making agreements help address the legacy of colonialism by allowing the province to work shoulder to shoulder with Indigenous peoples on decisions that affect them.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that. So in a case where there is no formal agreement in place between an Indigenous governing body and the province, who ultimately has the final say when specifically referring to a resource project as to whether that project would proceed or not? Thank you, Chair.
Recognizing the Minister.
Thanks, Chair. In the absence of formal agreement, the province works closely with the nation. We follow common law and laws of general application. The province is expected to consult and cooperate in good faith when considering decisions that may affect Indigenous peoples. There may be occasions when a disputed project goes forward, and there may be occasions when a project doesn't. Each project is unique with many factors that go into the decision-making process. Engaging with First Nations on proposed activities in their territories from the beginning of the development process ensures that everyone knows from the get-go what is expected.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it sounds a little bit subjective. I just wonder, is there a rubric or a set of criteria as to whether a project would move forward without consent-based agreements between the province and Indigenous governing bodies, and when it wouldn't? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thanks, Chair. So just to reiterate, we follow the common law. In a number of Supreme Court of Canada cases, the courts have been clear that the government's duty to consult and accommodate arises from Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. That's our framework. The specifics of each decision determine the nature and approach that we take to engagement.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just using the example here, the government is going to be fast-tracking quite a few wind energy projects across the province. Many, I believe they all are shared ownership with First Nations. However, they are bypassing the proper environmental assessments to do these projects. So if a nation were to come forward and have issue with the fast tracking dismissal of the environmental assessment and hold the project up, would the government then move forward with the project anyway? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognizing the Minister.
Thanks, Chair. So each project is different, but questions related to wind projects and the Environmental Assessment Act should be directed to my colleagues in Energy and Climate Solutions, as well as Environment and Parks.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask, related to the newly court implemented mineral claims consultation framework, did the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation have any involvement in facilitating a conversation between the Minister of Mines and local nations for engagement and consultation on the creation of the MCCF, Mr. Chair? Thank you.
Recognizing the minister.
Thanks, Chair. I have had no direct involvement in the file. My team advises that the MCCF rests with the Gold Commissioner and the Ministry of Critical Mining and Critical Minerals, and would encourage you to direct further questions there.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just on that same note, is there any money within the budget of Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation to provide resources to local nations to deal with the mineral claims that are now going to be piling on their desk for approval? Is there any money which comes out of this ministry to support that process? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognizing the minister.
Last year, we administered 500,000 to support First Nations consultation on the mineral claims consultation framework.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. To be providing support to many local nations who are already overstretched with their human resources departments, some of their expertise within the employees at the various band offices. So my question actually was around moving forward in this budget. Does the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation have any budget line items to help support the facilitation around the expertise of making sure that those claims are then approved? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thanks, Chair. As the member knows, the Mineral Claims Consultation Framework has only been active since the end of March. We look forward to hearing from the Ministry of Mining and Critical Minerals about the ongoing needs of First Nations to process the mineral claims applications, and that will determine further capacity needs.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River Revelstoke.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the minister. So, you know, moving down the road, because I think industry partners, whether it's AME or whoever else, plus nations, do anticipate quite a backlog on this. So, if there is difficulty for especially some of the smaller communities to work through some of these mineral claims that are coming into their offices, will this ministry commit to supporting them with additional resources to make sure that this is done in a timely manner? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Recognizing the minister.
Thanks, Chair. With respect, the question is a bit premature with respect to our involvement. We look forward to hearing from our colleagues in the Ministry of Mining and Critical Minerals about what the needs may be.
Recognizing the member for Langley Walnut Grove.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to my colleague for allowing me a couple minutes here to discuss a local issue for me. The Kwantlen First Nation is situated on a little island, a 2-lane, 25-second bridge ride away from Fort Langley. Separating the reservation land and Fort Langley is the Bedford Channel, the ancestral fishing grounds of the Kwantlen First Nation. Over the past few years, the Kwantlen has lost access to their boat launch due to the silt buildup in the channel. The November 2021 atmospheric river event exponentially compounded this problem. The dramatic increase in silt has also affected the water temperatures and the depth of the channel, which has affected the fish habitats that they rely on for food and ceremonial rites. On the opposite side of the reserve is the Fraser River. The boat access there has resulted in frequent vandalism and theft, and many members now choose not to have their boats in the water at all. A few years ago, the federal government withdrew responsibility and maintenance of rivers, and to date, that gap in care of our rivers has not been mandated in any provincial ministry. As such, now my local First Nation has lost access to their ancestral rights. On top of that, a year and a half ago, the channel was the scene to a tourist who broke both legs jumping off the local Huldy Bridge and into the murky, shallow waters below. To put it lightly, the channel must be dredged and fast. It has not been dredged since 2007. The Ministry of Water and Land has been attentive to helping the Kwantlen shepherd the permit process to make sure that the Kwantlen does not miss another very slim dredging window. However, even if and when a permit is attained, the question of funding is the next big hurdle. Municipalities do not have responsibilities of rivers. First Nations do not have responsibilities of rivers. And when the federal government relinquished responsibility of rivers, it went to the province. The Township of Langley has already fronted and approved pre-work, reports, and consultant costs, but the Bedford Channel dredging project has been estimated to be $2 to $6 million based on 188,000 cubic meters of material to be removed from the channel. They applied for flooding and emergency grants after the 2021 atmospheric river event, but told they didn't qualify. I have inquired with Water and Lands for funding, and they were unable to give any funding channels either. The municipality stepped up to support the Kwantlen First Nation with funding for pre-work and consulting, but so far the province has not. Surely the province would not expect a small First Nations to burden millions of dollars just to access their boat launch for food access. Can the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation please answer the following? Why, when negligence of responsibility has resulted in direct effects to a local First Nation's ancestral rights, they are not willing to help fund remediation of the problem? And will this minister now commit to helping the Kwantlen First Nations? Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I want to thank the member for the question. It's an important local issue, and I know what a strong advocate the member is in her local community. This is an important question for the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship, and so I would encourage you to direct your question there, but again, empathize with the situation and appreciate it being raised.
Member.
Thank you. And I have discussed with them, and there's no mandate in anybody's portfolio to fund dredging. And so I'm asking each ministry individually to come up with a solution. It's not in their ministry mandate as of yet. Thank you.
Good question.
Recognizing the member from Prince George, North Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister. When I was out campaigning before the election, I had the opportunity to knock on every door of the NASCO First Nations band. And one of the issues that was raised with me quite clearly by the chief and band councillors out there was the issue of a culvert about 4 kilometers east of the NASCO Reserve on the Snaking River. The band members and the band council and chief are concerned that the culvert that is on this road does not allow for the easy transit of fish from one side of the road to the other. Now, while this may appear to be something that the Ministry of Transport would look at, this is really quite clearly a First Nations issue. And the chief, the band council very much want to know if the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation will be looking to replace that culvert with a bridge so as to allow the easy transit of fish, which is an important staple food of the NASCO First Nations band. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Again, I want to recognize that it's an important local issue, and the member has been a strong advocate. Within this government, the responsibility for Indigenous relations, for partnership with First Nations is a whole of government responsibility. It's held by every ministry. It's referenced in every mandate letter, and so respectfully a question for the Ministry of Transportation, who also has a responsibility to be working with nations to address these important issues that, again, I thank the member for raising.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for her answer. I wonder, Madam Chair, if the Minister could clarify the intersection of First Nations Financial Management Board work with the province's reconciliation initiatives and opportunities to support the work of the Financial Management Board through collaboration and provincial policy.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The First Nations Financial Management Board is a federal body established under federal law. They provide important supports for First Nations, supports under federal jurisdiction, and we always welcome collaboration and strategic partnerships with First Nations and First Nations themselves, Indigenous organizations, and the federal government. But I'll leave it there.
Recognizing the member from Columbia River, Revelstoke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know it's, again, a mouthful. Welcome to the Chair. I want to go into a line of questioning around the Shishal Foundation Agreement update, if I may. Just to clarify a few things, and I do appreciate the ministry inviting me to a couple of briefings that took place around that when I was new into the role as critic for Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, so I do really appreciate that that reach out to me. So just to clarify a couple of things on a timeline here. It was publicly disclosed in January 2025 that the Shishal Foundation Agreement update had been shared with the public. But there was a little bit of confusion about actually when that agreement was officially signed. I believe it was sometime in August. Could the minister just confirm actually when pen went to paper to actually sign the updated foundation agreement with the Shishal Nation?
Minister.
As the member likely knows, in 2018, Shishal Nation and BC made history by signing the province's first comprehensive reconciliation agreement, a long-term phased agreement focused on government-to-government relations that recognize inherent rights and title. The renewal was signed in August 2024 and announced January 29th, 2025.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. August 2024, can we get an exact date for actually when that was officially signed, Madam Chair?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The agreement is posted and publicly available on our website and is dated August 16th.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. So just looking to inquire as to, the agreement was officially signed on August the 16th, but why it was not made publicly available until January 2025. Could we get an explanation from the Ministry as to why it took several months to make that very, very important foundation agreement update public? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The foundation agreement continues the implementation of the 2018 foundation agreement. The foundation agreement renewal was announced as soon as we could after ministers were sworn in and briefed, and we could prepare a joint announcement and shared celebration. As I've said before, we acknowledge that we could have found a way to announce the renewal before the election, and my commitment is to provide more timely information about these types of agreements to support public confidence in the work that we're doing together with communities, First Nations and non-First Nations alike. The foundation agreement renewal clearly outlines our commitments to engage with local governments and other partners as we move forward over the next 5 years of the agreement. And also, can I ask for a bathroom break? We can wait.
Member?
I just can't wait till 8 o'clock.
Member.
Just maybe one more question, Madam Chair, if I may, before we head to break. So I hope the ministry understands that, you know, there's a lot of frustration around this foundation agreement update, and for several reasons. And one of them being that why the ministry could not make this announcement public when they had 5 weeks between the signing and the drop of the writ. You know, people can't help but speculate that potentially, because it was not extremely popular in the local community, that would have changed the outcome of the election. So I really want to strongly encourage the ministry, because they don't necessarily have a reputation right now of being open and transparent publicly with some of these agreements, that in the future, when something is signed, that they ensure that there's not 5 weeks between the signing of an agreement and then 5 months between the signing of an agreement. And I understand there was an election period in there, but again, we had November, December, and some of January to make this public. So I just, because of the communication I've had with people on the Sunshine Coast about this, who are extremely frustrated that they feel like it was kind of done behind closed doors and held from the public, that potentially having less than, using the timeline of 5 weeks between sign and writ drop, that shrinks dramatically, because it does have the appearance of being hidden from the public. Madam Chair, to the Minister, through you, again, there's a little bit of confusion around what the final number was as far as cash transfer to the Shishal Nation as part of the foundation agreement. I believe during the first briefing that I had, it was somewhere in the neighborhood of $100 million, and then the most recent public engagement process that happened online, it was $78 million. I'm just hoping that the ministry could confirm what that final dollar amount was that will be transferred during part of this updated foundation agreement. Madam Chair, thank you.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The agreement renewal has committed 79 million over 5 years to support Shoshone Nation's work in a number of initiatives. These include 47.58 million over 5 years for economic development, 15 million to support the construction of a cultural center, 8.83 million over 5 years for agreement implementation and further negotiations under the agreement, 2.27 million over 5 years for environmental and cultural restoration work, 1.85 million to implement and further develop water infrastructure initiatives on Shoshone lands, 1.6 million over 5 years for cultural and language revitalization, up to 710,000 over 4 years toward a collaborative monitoring and enforcement program in the Shoshone SWIA, 500,000 to carry out environmental and ecological studies, and 200,000 for infrastructure to support cultural initiatives.
At this time, the committee will take a 5-minute break. So those of you that are switching over, thank you very much, and I hopefully will see the next crew at 4:32. So if you folks can be back in your seats for 4:32, I'd appreciate it. Okay, let's call this committee back to order. We are considering the estimates of the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, recognizing the member from Columbia River, Revelstoke.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister. So the $79 million in the foundation agreement over the next coming years, is that a hard cap on that $79 million?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The agreement clearly commits up to 79.4 million, as I outlined in the previous answer. In section 9.2, the agreement also commits to seeking 25 million in provincial funding for Shishal Nation to address Shishal Nation housing needs. Shishal and other First Nations are eligible to apply for other provincial funding sources and other ministries. The agreement doesn't stop that from happening.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that clarification. So with the $79.4 million, as we know, building costs kind of go up by the month. So, when we're looking at $15 million, allocated for the creation of a cultural center, when tenures go out and things like that, and the cost all of a sudden becomes $23 million, what then will happen? Will the Shishal Nation be on the hook for the difference, or will they be able to approach the province to make up those lost funds potentially? Because again, with the agreement for $15 million and when it was actually signed in August, until now, I'm sure the design for the cultural center they want to create, I'm sure those costs have gone up. So is there a way or a clause within the agreement that they can seek additional funds specifically for the creation of that cultural center?
Minister.
Chair, I appreciate the members' concerns about escalating construction costs as we look to build appropriate infrastructure, First Nations infrastructure across the province. The agreement allocates 15 million for the cultural centre, as stated, and we're not contemplating further funding.
Member.
And just to clarify, Madam Chair, through you, was the 79.4 million, or that chapter of that money, is that in the 2024-25 budget, or is it included in the 25-26 budget? Thank you.
Minister.
This is a 5-year agreement. The agreement has a funding schedule included, which is part of the publicly available document. The funds are allocated in line with the schedule, and the member will see under section 14.2A, the 15 million allocated for a cultural center is payable as soon as practical after the effective date is the language in the agreement. The payment was scheduled for the 2024-2025 fiscal year.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that, Minister. Just clarifying the numbers here as part of the foundation agreement update. Was it 6 square kilometers of Crown land that was transferred over to the Shishal Nation as part of this agreement?
Minister.
Thanks. So the province has committed to returning a total of 6 square kilometers of Crown land. That includes identifying 1 square kilometer of provincial Crown lands within the Shishal SWIA to be transferred to Shishal for cultural land, for cultural use purposes, and another 5 square kilometers of Crown lands within the Shishal SWIA to be transferred for economic development purposes. As we begin to identify Crown lands for potential return, the province and Shishal will engage with local governments and interest holders in the area and consider other nations, groups, and the public when making these decisions together.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that answer. 6 square kilometers is roughly 1,500 acres, just shy of 1,500 acres. Will the province be doing kind of a market assessment of the value of that land and disclosing that publicly when it is actually officially transferred over to the Shishal Nation?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Section 3.9 of the agreement outlines that the province and Shishal will conclude a land transfer agreement to enable the transfer of the cultural and economic lands. That land transfer agreement will contain detailed information as to the lands. These land transfer agreements don't typically include the assessed value of the land, but they do include detailed maps.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I think it's reasonable to ask or to expect that when 1,500 acres thereabouts of quite valuable land in this province is transferred from essentially all of us publicly to a nation, that there is a commercial value put on that land as far as what it would sell for on the open market. Is that a plan of foundational agreements moving forward that the actual value, because I do think it fits into Article 28 of DRIPA as well, that the actual value of the land being transferred is disclosed publicly so the public knows how much Crown land, the value of it is being transferred to a nation in this specific case or others. Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I'll just say I really appreciate the member's perspective on this matter, and we'll take it under advisement.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I just think it's very important in this, spirit of transparency as we move forward in reconciliation when we have land transfers that that it is publicly disclosed what the value of public land is that's being transferred over to nations in reconciliation agreements. With that, and I don't want to assume that I already know the answer, but when the specific land is being assessed for transfer to the Shishal Nation, will there be a timber appraisal? Will there be any undersurface mineral value assessed, anything like that? Just value-added pieces, except for the land itself, that will be disclosed as part of the transfer to the nation. Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. A number of appraisals and evaluations are undertaken as we work through the land identification process, and then the actual transfer of lands is undertaken by the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I think as we're looking at transferring public land, you know, and just doing a quick calculation with my colleague who's the forestry critic, when we're potentially looking at, you know, 1,500 acres, there could be 10 to 15 million dollars worth of timber on this land. I just think it's good practice that all of this is publicly disclosed as part of a total value as far as the land transfer is going, not only to the Shishal Foundation agreement, but any agreement moving forward. I think it's the government's responsibility to do its due diligence and add the value of the land being transferred onto the final foundation agreement numbers moving forward. I just think the public would really appreciate that, whether it's walrus, whether it's forestry, or whether it's Indigenous relations and reconciliation. I think that would go a long way with public trust in the process of being very, very transparent. So I just want to make a note of that on the record. As part of the foundation agreement update, there was a lot of language around exclusive decision-making for the Shishal Nation. And I just want to know, excuse me, I just want the ministry to elaborate on what exactly does exclusive decision-making within this agreement mean, not only for members of the Shishal Nation, but non-Indigenous people who live in the region as well. Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. An exclusive decision-making agreement would recognize the jurisdiction of Shishal to make decisions in relation to a specific topic, with the province stepping back from the decision-making on that topic. This agreement will have a defined geographic area and agreed to principles that guide the decision-making. Legal standards of accountability and transparency and procedural fairness would apply to decision-making. As an example of exclusive decision-making in other agreements, one example is First Nations decision-making on wildlife harvesting for their members. And we will engage with local government stakeholders and the public on these decision-making agreements.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that. So just to clarify, will any exclusive decision-making agreements or authority have any effect on non-Indigenous people related on the Sunshine Coast when we're talking about land laws, finances, private property, and resources? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. We have not yet proposed topics for an exclusive decision-making agreement, but BC and Shishal are committed to developing decision-making processes that are predictable and transparent. Fairness, process, transparency, clarity, and engagement are critical parts of any consent-based decision-making agreement, and we are jointly committed to engaging the public and local governments and stakeholders before an agreement is finalized.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. So will local government and the public also be included in the discussion around the creation of this exclusive decision-making authority with the Shishal Nation as well? And to what extent will they be included, Madam Chair? Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks. Yes, we're committed to engaging with the public on this work, and the foundation agreement renewal clearly outlines our commitments to engage with local governments and other partners as we move forward over the next 5 years.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. So regarding the foundation agreement and the Sunshine Coast Regional District, to what extent were they included in the formulation and creation of this foundation agreement?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. So as the member knows, this is a renewal of the 2018 agreement. We've been engaging with the regional district and the local government on implementation since that time. And as this is a renewal, we will continue engaging with local government and the regional district as we continue to move forward.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the minister. I'm just hearing a little bit different from local government, that they weren't included as much as, you know, they feel like they should have been in this process. So between August the 16th, 2024, and when the agreement was officially announced publicly in January 2025, how many times did the province engage with local government, and were they made aware of this agreement? Specifically the Sunshine Coast Regional District. Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. So as the member knows, much of the period stated was interregnum, during which government wasn't holding meetings in the days leading up to the announcement on January 27th. Specifically, the province met with the regional district. More recently, we've done further public outreach, including 2 very well-attended public webinars and a commitment to post answers to questions asked publicly. And we appreciate our relationship with the Sunshine Coast Regional District and the ongoing relationship and work together.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that, Minister. So just to confirm, and I understand there was a period between September 21st and let's call it early December when Cabinet was sworn in, et cetera. So between that time, this very, very significant and important, which the Ministry has acknowledged, foundational agreement update had been put in place since August 16th, and the regional district did not know about it. Is that what the Ministry is saying? Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. So as I've previously outlined, this agreement is a renewal of an existing agreement. And I just want to say personally, having spent 6 years in local government, I believe deeply in the importance of that local voice, and I'm really glad to have relationships with the Sunshine Coast Regional District and beyond to ensure those voices are incorporated. The last 5 years have seen a lot of engagement with the Sunshine Coast Regional District on this work. And I wanted to share a quote from Alton Toth, the chair of the Sunshine Coast Regional District, who said, "This update to the foundation agreement is a tremendous step forward for the Shishal Nation when it comes to self-determination and reclaiming rights that were previously suppressed. The Sunshine Coast Regional District is honored to work with the nation on numerous projects and services on an ongoing basis." The quote continues, "We look forward to strengthening these partnerships and exploring new opportunities as we continue our shared journey toward meaningful reconciliation."
Member.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I do want to ask a few more questions about that specifically, but unfortunately, I'm getting really short of time here, which is a little bit frustrating because I have a lot of material to get to here. I feel like as we move forward, this ministry definitely needs more time allocated to estimates because it's extremely important. So when we're looking at final decision-making authority over dock management on the Sunshine Coast, who has that authority in the region?
Minister.
Thanks. I'll just answer simply by saying that questions around dock management would be appropriately directed to the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship.
Okay, so just going to wait. Just wait.
Thank you.
Okay, just to advise the committee that division has been called in the Birch Room, and that does not affect our work here. Thank you so much. That was fine. Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just going back to the number of 79.4 million over 5 years, how did we come to that number? How did the government come to that number? Did they present an offer to the Shishal? There was a counter offer, a negotiation. What was the criteria, again, I use this word as a teacher, a rubric that was used in order to determine that $79.4 million was a fair number?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The province and Shishal Nation have been working together for many years. We signed the original foundation agreement in 2018. This renewal was the next step, and the continued work with Shishal Nation will benefit the whole region economically, culturally, and environmentally. The province and First Nations have done a tremendous amount of work together since the NDP formed government 7 years ago. Our framework for these efforts continues to be the Declaration Act, an action plan. We know the old way of doing things, uncertainty and fighting in courts and endless delays doesn't work, and so we continue to work on reconciliation and are committed to this work in a way that supports communities and brings people together. As I'm sure the member can understand, I'm not in a position to publicly discuss the deliberations that led to the agreement, but the agreement is the outcome in public record.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that, Minister. I think this is extremely important because, you know, as the province enters into other reconciliation agreements, there has to be some sort of standard or framework or baseline that they work off of as far as what kind of numbers they're using when negotiating this agreement. So can the Minister provide any insight to the public as to what kind of criteria, again, that they use, or do they just kind of pull numbers out of somewhere and present offers to nations? Because I could see other nations who feel like whether it's based off, you know, the number of members in their community, et cetera, whether that's the metric that's used, you know, there has to be some sort of foundation to make it fair and equitable for others that are seeking similar reconciliation agreements.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. As I'm sure the member can understand, there are a lot of considerations that ultimately inform the components of the agreements that we enter into. Every First Nation is different, and every relationship with each First Nation is different, and so the province works with First Nations to advance reconciliation pathways that work for them and for BC.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm just a little bit confused here that the government has varying relationships with different First Nations. Are these considerations, when we're talking about reconciliation agreements, are these considerations made public? We're spending public money here, tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars in some cases, transferring vast amounts of public land. I think it's fair that the public understands what the criteria is for the transfer of public money to various First Nations in these agreements. And I feel like the minister's avoiding this, which leads the public to believe that, you know, these numbers are just kind of made up from you know, various scenario to various scenario. If I was a nation and I entered into a foundation or reconciliation agreement with the province, I would also want to know what those standards are. So if there are standards and they're not public, would the minister at least let us know? Or if there are these standards and they are public, could we get some more information on them, please?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I want to assure the member that the province has guidelines, policies, and parameters that guide our negotiations. And I'm sure the member can also understand that negotiations require a certain degree of confidentiality. But these policies and criteria have been in place for several decades under many previous governments.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So are these, again, are these criteria public knowledge? I guess I'll try again here with this question. Is it publicly available that people can see how these agreements are formed and based on what criteria? Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. The simple answer is that no, the agreements are public, but as I'm sure the member again can understand, our negotiation mandates are confidential to protect the public interest, just like any business or government to government negotiation would be.
Member.
Okay. When we're discussing, land transfers as well as part of these foundational agreements, is that criteria made public as to, various agreements, various nations, and what, again, sorry to say it again, that rubric is for the size and the scope of the land that's transferred to nations during those agreements? Thank you.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I thought it might be helpful to outline some of the general process for land transfers. So the first step is a identification of general areas of interest between the First Nation and the province, and then identification and assessment of third-party interests. Following that, government seeks to resolve those third-party interests and then can enter into a land transfer agreement. We then take further technical steps as required, including surveys and any studies required as part of returns. Once all of those issues and requirements are resolved, we can move to transfer lands. And also want to note, as the member may know, that we only transfer private fee simple land on a willing buyer, willing seller basis.
Recognizing the member from Kelowna Mission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To the Minister, in Budget 2024, over a year ago, the government promised to establish an Indigenous loan guarantee program to allow First Nations to take equity positions in projects. Conservative or right-of-center governments in Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario set up such programs years ago, and the federal government made a similar announcement in their 2024 budget. We know the federal program is up and running, even though it is much larger and in fact was doubled from $5 billion to $10 billion. So why was the federal government able to stand this up so quickly, and why is BC taking so long?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and I thank the member for the question. It is a question that should be appropriately directed to the Minister of Finance.
Member.
Thank you. I am a little confused. My understanding has been that that program was being administered jointly between this ministry and Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation, but that may be confusing. I do, taking into account that this is around Indigenous consultation for that program, my understanding is that several chiefs have reached out to Premier Eby and Minister Bailey requesting opportunities to discuss the proposed loan guarantee program, as well as current equity opportunities their nations are actively considering. To date, those requests have gone unanswered. So I'm hoping that I can get a better understanding of why government has delayed the development of the program and why it is not engaging directly with First Nations leadership to ensure it meets their needs and timelines, which I assume that consultation and engagement would fall under the ambit of this ministry.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I can confirm that the program isn't jointly administered. As previously stated, reconciliation is a cross-government responsibility, and the responsibility for this initiative is being led by the Ministry of Finance.
Member.
Thank you. Notwithstanding the responsibility for administering the program, I would still like to talk about the principles around the program, which I think are certainly relevant and applicable to the ministry and are certainly an important part of building relationships and advancing economic reconciliation. So with that in mind, my understanding is that the BC Loan Guarantee Program has been or will be designed to support only new projects and excludes existing assets. So, for example, that would mean a new project, but that would exclude an existing asset like a pipeline. So, given the principles of self-determination and economic reconciliation, how does the BC government justify limiting First Nations' ability to access support for equity participation in projects of their choosing, whether those are new or existing projects?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Again, I will restate that partnerships, relationships with First Nations, reconciliation, including economic reconciliation, are a cross-government responsibility as outlined in every minister's mandate letter, and the detailed questions about this initiative are for the Ministry of Finance.
Member.
Thank you. I certainly will ask detailed questions about the administration of the initiative around any financial aspects in finance estimates. But at this point, I still do think it's very relevant to talk about the economic and relationship building and reconciliation elements of the program. Certainly, in the context of the federal loan guarantee project, loan guarantee program, there was extensive debate over whether or not existing assets should be included, and ultimately the federal government did determine that existing assets would be included. The broad strokes of that debate and conversation was that it would be rather paternalistic for the government, whether that be federal or provincial, to tell First Nations what they can and cannot or should and should not invest in. And that was both paternalistic but also not fiscally smart in that existing assets are far safer investments versus the higher risk of new project development. So again, I'm really just trying to understand the philosophical approach the government is taking, and I'm not looking for details on the financing. I'm looking to understand with clarity from the minister whether as and when this overdue program is eventually brought forward, will existing assets be covered or not?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I will again reiterate, program design and implementation of this program is being led by the Ministry of Finance. And again, I'm not sure what the member might be misunderstanding here, but in this government, every ministry and every ministry mandate letter holds responsibility for reconciliation. It is a whole of government approach, so not all things related to Indigenous peoples and reconciliation are led by my ministry. And in the case of this particular initiative, as I've said numerous times now, the work is being led by the Ministry of Finance, and that is where these questions should be directed.
Member.
Thank you. I fully recognize the approach of a whole of government approach, and I just really, I'm surprised at this key project, this key initiative that has been discussed extensively over the last year, and that has been canvassed widely, and that First Nations leaders are waiting for clarity on. It's really just kind of shocking that chiefs are reaching out to the Premier, they're reaching out to ministers, they're getting no response as to what's happening on this, particularly in light of the overall context in British Columbia. In April, Fasken reported that between 2022 and 2024, 111 Indigenous communities across Canada acquired equity stakes in infrastructure projects, and that BC was the third highest province in terms of Indigenous equity participation, despite the absence of a formal program. So there's a lot of appetite here. There's a lot of discussion happening around this in and around Indigenous communities, and there is a very robust debate happening as to whether or not existing assets should or should not be included. And there's some very profound, both philosophical and financial and policy realities around this, including but not limited to the fact that smaller, less wealthy communities that may have less project development capacity are more likely to benefit on a risk-adjusted basis from rate-regulated assets than from new projects that are more complex and higher risk. So I'm really, again, not looking for details on program design. I'm not looking for, for any of that. But I really do hope that the minister can provide us with some level of understanding as to whether this program that was committed to in the 2024 budget, number one, has actually moved forward in any material design, because I cannot hear any indication that it has. And number two, I'm looking for even a philosophical statement of belief as to whether or not existing projects, existing assets should be covered in the scope. Thanks so much.
Minister.
Thanks. I am pleased to hear the members' detailed interest in this topic, and the member and I have been having interesting philosophical discussions on a wide range of topics since we were both in student politics 20 years ago. I look forward to continuing that, but again, these specific questions are for the Ministry of Finance.
Recognizing the member from Columbia River, Revelstoke.
Well said, Chair. Thank you very much. I know my time is just about up before the third party does have their time. I just want to thank the minister and their staff for the debates on this very, very important work. I know on behalf of the official opposition, we want to work all together across party lines to advance reconciliation in the most meaningful ways possible. So again, thank you all for your time and for the answers to the questions.
Recognizing the House Leader of the third party.
Thank you. I'm really appreciate the opportunity to raise some questions related to the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, very near and dear to my heart. And I'd have to say, Madam Chair, this is the most important ministry in government. It has the most important role in government right now, leading us through a period of reconciliation with nations across the province. And in that work, there can never be enough attention paid to taking the time to get it right and working tirelessly to make amends for over 150 years of history that we need to move beyond. My questions tonight are intended to sort of explore the vision for the ministry and the minister's vision for the next 4 years. We have a real opportunity here to make some major progress, and so with that in mind, I'll raise some questions. So the first question arises from the fact that Indigenous governments in this province continue to face significant barriers in delivering key services and supports in their communities. And this largely stems from the lack of adequate and diverse revenue streams to Indigenous communities in comparison to other local governments in the province. So my question, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister is, can the Minister speak to their plan to ensure Indigenous governments receive stable, reliable, and diverse streams of revenues sufficient to support their governing capacity beyond just this fiscal year? Thanks.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to start by saying I see that some folks have left the room, but I wanted to thank the members of the official opposition for respectful questions and discussion on what I agree is a very important topic for us all. And we'll welcome and move on to questions. The question just asked. So, as part of implementing the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, As the member knows, we're working toward a future where Indigenous governments can fulfill their responsibilities, care for their people, and manage their territories in ways that reflect their values. This will involve co-developing new principled fiscal framework with Indigenous peoples based on the recognition of Indigenous rights. The fiscal and economic context has certainly changed since the co-development process began over 2 years ago, but First Nations have been clear that the projects that will help us diversify the economy need to be developed in partnership and include principled revenue sharing frameworks that support both Indigenous and provincial governments. And we remain committed to continuing this important work in a way that responds to the current pressures while meeting our commitments in the Declaration Act Action Plan.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a long history in this province that has evolved through numerous court cases in terms of consultation with First Nations on issues that relate to potential infringement of rights and title and accommodation. And in that respect, it's very important to ensure we don't produce a burden of consultation on Indigenous communities. And I know recently there's been consultation in my riding, as an example, in relation to dock management plans, and there's been consultation in relation to Islands Trust policies and statements, and the reality is still for many nations that they have a huge stack of referrals or consultation letters, and it can be overwhelming to provide a reasonable response in the time required. So the question I have is, can the minister speak to this government's plan to reduce the administrative and financial burden on Indigenous communities to ensure they have the proper resources to actually participate meaningfully in consultation?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the question. The province has a responsibility to consult with First Nations when making decisions that may affect their rights. And how we satisfy this responsibility is generally through consultation. Decision-making agreements can also address these responsibilities where there's an approach that's agreed upon by the province and a First Nation. The province supports nations in consultation processes in a number of ways. This can include agreements such as strategic engagement agreements and consultation process agreements that provide funding to nations for participation that's structured consultation. Funding may also be provided for specific contexts or projects such as the EA process.
Member.
Madam Chair, in this province, we have started down the path of shared decision-making, and we can see it arising in a variety of contexts, both in terms of composition of local government decision-making bodies, for example, the Alberni-Clayoquot Regional District. We can see it evolving in different ways tailored to the environment and the needs and wishes of nations and governments in particular parts of the province. And it's hard, it's a lot of hard work to build that shared decision making, and we really need to get it right. And one of the things that, and coming back to something I'm fairly familiar with in terms of my riding, there's over 20 nations within my riding, and there's also a variety of governance issues, and one of them is, I'll come back to it, dock management and the approval of docks and so on. And the work that's taking place on that is an example of an area where there could be shared decision making. But what we've seen through the events of last year at Pender Harbour is that you can really run into some difficult relationship building issues. And so my question is I'm on the understanding the ministry is committed to pursuing shared decision-making opportunities consistent with DRIPA and other policy and legislation. But how will this ministry equip First Nations with the capacity and financial support to actually participate meaningfully in the development of those shared decision-making processes and the consultation that goes along with that, with those impacted, both Indigenous and non-Indigenous, because it's an example, you can't get it wrong, so I'm curious about your assessment of how we properly provide the capacity for that.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. I want to start by stating that, again, as the member knows through his extensive work in this area, I appreciate that building capacity takes time and often isn't a linear process. We enter into shared decision-making through agreements, and those agreements include capacity funding intended to enable First Nation to meaningfully participate in that shared decision-making process.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. The Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act has been celebrated as an important framework for reconciliation, and certainly my understanding is it was passed unanimously. However, sometimes it doesn't feel that way, and certainly certain members have called for DRIPA, as it's come to be called, to be repealed. Can the Minister, through the Chair, speak to the status of the Declaration Act Secretariat and whether this government is continuing to support full implementation of DRIPA?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. So the Secretariat was established in Budget 2022. The mandate of the Secretariat is to help advance Section 3 of the Declaration Act. Its core functions are to provide guidance on consultation and cooperation and consistency of laws, to develop processes and measures to support the alignment of laws, to inform government's legislative agenda, and to serve in an interlocutor role. The Secretariat has been actively involved in supporting the province to pass priority legislation, and I'm happy to give a few examples of recent and relevant amendments, which include the Anti-Racism Act, the Children, Family and Community Services Amendment Act, the Emergency and Disaster Management Act, the School Amendment Act, the Health Professions and Occupations Act, and the Indigenous Self-Government in Children and Family Services Amendment Act. As I know, the member is aware, the Declaration Act remains in every mandate letter, and this government is fully committed to advancing meaningful reconciliation through the implementation of the Declaration Act.
Member.
Madam Chair, through to the Minister, could the Minister clarify, and thank you for the answer, what amount of funding is in this year's budget in relation to implementation of DRIPA?
Minister.
Thanks, and thanks again for the question. So the Declaration Act Secretariat and members can find this on page 130 of our budget. The Declaration Act Secretariat's net budget is 4.5 million. The Reconciliation, Transformation and Strategies Division budget is 3.6 million. Those are just two of the focused pieces within my ministries working on implementing the Declaration Act. But the work of implementation of the Declaration Act is woven through every budget, every ministry, and all through government. So I can't give a more fulsome number than that, except to point to the specific pieces within my own ministries.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. The at the heart of the work that we will collectively do over the next 3-4 years is building an approach to what some view as a contentious aspect of DRIPA, which is the application of free, prior, and informed consent. And this becomes particularly contentious at times when we're in more of a setting or a part of the province where there's extensive private land holdings. And it would be helpful to hear through you, Madam Chair, the Minister's vision and the government's approach to the principle of free, prior, and informed consent, and what's the vision for how that would be administered in various parts of the province.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So free, prior, and informed consent is about engaging with First Nations on proposed activities in their territories right from the beginning. The Declaration Act gives us more tools to get to an orderly, structured, and transparent process for working with Indigenous peoples towards decisions that affect and that benefit everyone. This can help us move away from conflict and drawn out court cases and uncertainty and move forward with collaboration and respect. Engaging First Nations early on creates opportunities for Indigenous peoples, industry, businesses, communities, and families everywhere. And it's this government's a clear understanding that respectful partnerships foster predictability, good jobs, and opportunities while protecting the environment and respecting the rights of Indigenous peoples. We know that there are complexities in moving this work forward, and we're committed to addressing those complexities and doing that important and sometimes challenging work in partnership with First Nations. That's the work that we have together and a clear commitment to do it. And maybe also, can we have a break? Yep. Great. 10 minutes would be great, if that's okay. Thank you.
Committee will now recess for 10 minutes. I have 6:44 on my watch. I'd like to see everybody back at 6:54, please, and thank you. Okay, we will call the committee back to order. We are considering the estimates of the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. On that estimates, member recognizing the House Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The work that is underway to build frameworks of to deal with free, prior, and informed consent and to build shared decision-making have to be tailored and are tailored to the particular circumstances and parties involved. At the nub of it, we all want consensus, and it's just like here in the legislature. Wouldn't it be great if we all had consensus? And sometimes we do, and it's quite exciting. But then other times we don't. And in this House, we have, protocols and approaches, policies, orders, votes that ultimately, and even division bills, that ultimately lead to a decision being taken. So my question through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister is, what is your government's approach when the parties involved can't reach consensus, where the nation and the resource company or the nation and the province or the nation and the province can't reach consensus? And an additional complication, as we know, is that a particular decision may involve 4 or 5 nations that just like local governments don't always agree, so there's that complexity. So the question really is, what is your government's approach when the involved parties cannot come to a consensus?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair, and again, thanks for such a good question. The truth is, of course, that we don't always reach consensus, but our goal is to achieve free, prior, and informed consent on matters that impact First Nations rights and interests in BC. Where that can't be achieved, we rely on a variety of tools, mediation and dispute resolution and negotiation. The province's Section 7 agreements to date and those that will follow are a high watermark with respect to achieving free, prior, and informed consent. They build a strong and transparent process. They set out criteria. They provide an understanding of the decision-making process, and they provide opportunities for third parties to be effectively heard. As stated, if people agree they can challenge a decision, they're judicially reviewable. That's our approach to sound decision-making made together to make the province stronger, and we're committed to doing that work in partnership with First Nations.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Chair, and through the Minister, there's no questioning the commitment of the government and the Minister to use every tool in the toolkit to try and reach consensus. But at the end of the day, if consensus can't be reached, how do you go about deciding or establishing the ultimate decision?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Again, a really good and meaty question, and it is a case-by-case basis. So the work that we do includes assessing the perspective of the First Nation whose rights may be impacted, assessing the discussions that we've had with them and the efforts that have been made to work together, assessing the legislative and regulatory context around the decision and our agreement and relationship context, and then subject to all of that context, including whether we have a shared decision-making framework in place, we would get to a decision. Again, I'm not trying to be evasive, except to reiterate that it really is a case-by-case basis, and all of those factors and relevant contexts come into the decision.
Member.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, and thank you for the answer to the previous question. With your announcement of 36 million in new funding for Indigenous language revitalization and preservation in this budget, can the Minister describe the plans for this additional funding and how it will be directed?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Again, really glad to get this question, an exciting part of this budget. So to support First Nations languages, heritage, arts and cultures programming, BC announced $15 million per year in budget 2025 for the First Peoples Cultural Council. This includes $12 million per year dedicated to addressing the growing demand for language revitalization, and will provide critical jobs for speakers, particularly elders and First Nations women. Since 2018, BC has committed $136 million to support First Nations languages, arts, cultural heritage, and traditional knowledge. And The question gets into some of how we do that work, and so I wanted to highlight some of the targets from the First Peoples Cultural Council, which are also in the service plan. The first target is creating 3,300 new speakers through the Mentor Apprentice program. The second is documenting all languages in BC on firstvoices.com. It's a resource I really recommend checking out. The third target is training 1,400 people in arts, language, and heritage revitalization. The fourth is creating comprehensive language revitalization plans in partnership with nations for what that long-term work that they're leading themselves looks like. And the fifth is supporting skilled jobs in community. The target is 4,500 skilled jobs in community through that permanent and ongoing funding.
Member.
Thank you, Minister. The election federally is over, and we now we know who the next Prime Minister is going to be, Prime Minister Carney, and we also know that the Prime Minister is demonstrate a real commitment to tackling both Trump and issues more generally, and so through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, what steps are you and your government taking to engage with the federal government in relation to Indigenous issues and Indigenous funding now that we actually know what government we're dealing with?
My apologies.
That's okay.
Sorry, Minister.
Thank you, new chair. And again, thanks for the question. BC and Canada both have roles to advance reconciliation with First Nations, Métis and Inuit people in Canada, informed by the division of powers between governments. Like BC, Canada has legislated the United Nations Declaration of Indigenous Peoples under the Federal United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act And as part of that work, Canada has developed an action plan consisting of 181 action plan measures to implement the UN Declaration. 19 of those action plan measures reference BC or provinces and territories more generally. In addition to that, many issues central to the negotiation of treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements fall under provincial jurisdiction, most notably those including Crown land and resources. And then in relation to the last question, I also wanted to mention that we've heard concerns about decreased federal funding levels for First Nations language programs. And as I previously mentioned, BC remains committed to supporting First Nations to revitalize language and cultures as part of our ongoing work to implement the UN Declaration and create tangible improvements in the quality of life for Indigenous people. So now that the election is done, we're looking forward to engaging with Canada on the language funding piece as well as on a whole range of really important shared pieces of this work.
Recognizing the House Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Minister. In the time I have, I'll see if I can cover two more questions. Indigenous children and youth continue to be disproportionately represented in the child welfare system. And while strides have been made to restore Indigenous people's rights to care for their own children, this must also be met with appropriate funding to remedy underlying systemic issues. And I can speak from personal experience that on behalf of clients who, when I was practicing law, who actually sadly found the federal government more responsive in this area with funding and additional funding, and it was always a challenge to get the BC government to the table to provide funding that would balance the federal funding. So I would like to, through the chair, Mr. Chair, ask the minister if the minister could speak to any funding in this budget to support Indigenous jurisdiction, culturally relevant services, and preventative measures in the child welfare system.
Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you, Chair. And this is such an important question. It is a question best directed to the Ministry of Children, Families, MCFD. But appreciate it being asked and happy to see it directed there.
Recognizing the House Leader of the third party.
This would be my final question. In over the 25 years I've spent prior to becoming an MLA, practicing law, representing First Nations and local governments on a range of issues with the BC government, a range of ministries, different political parties, different governments. It has always been my experience that the public servants in the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, it's had a lot of names over the years, have always ended up playing a critical role as advocates within government. And I just want to express my appreciation for the professionalism and skill and drive and purposefulness of the public servants in your ministry who have devoted, many of them, as much time as 10, 15, 20 years to advancing the interests of First Nations and in this province, but acting as an advocate within government. And there is such a wealth of knowledge and experience in your ministry. And the question I'd like to ask through the chair is, how do you see that role playing out over the next 3 or 4 years? I can think of issues like in our cooperation agreement with the government, protection of Fairy Creek, in many other areas. Your public servants have a valuable role to play in supporting other ministries who are dealing with issues where they don't have the depth of experience in forestry or child welfare or other areas. And so while I totally understand your point about that's not my issue, ask the other minister, I would like to ask, and I'll make it short, just what your vision is for the role of your ministry in supporting other ministries as they tackle complex issues.
recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the question and the comments, and I do just want to start out by also recognizing the incredible work of a really incredible staff team across the Ministry and the Declaration Act Secretariat, a number of whom are here in person today, but as you say, a really amazing team who hold important relationships and are so dedicated to this work, and I feel really lucky to get to do the work alongside them. My vision for this work is reflected in my mandate letter very clearly, which outlines a number of important pieces that relate to the member's question, one of which is that through the Declaration Act Secretariat, a central agency for this work, that we lead work with the Attorney General to ensure alignment of BC's laws with the rights of Indigenous people, and lead work to review and update the Declaration Act Action Plan by 2027 for the next 5-year period. My mandate letters, as well as the mandate letters of other ministries, really speak to this being an all-of-government approach, and mine specifically outlines the collaboration required to do this work in a meaningful and impactful way, including, for example, working with the Parliamentary Secretary for Anti-Racism initiatives on anti-Indigenous racism, working in cooperation with the Minister of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship to continue to develop and implement approaches to accelerating agreed-upon land transfers that enhance First Nations community and economic development. So while I have redirected a few questions to the specific ministries that lead them, I do want to assure the member that my team is supporting this work across all ministries, and as well as working to build that capacity. My personal vision is that we move beyond denial and denialism of basic human rights, and we move toward one of affirmation of human rights, and I look forward to working with the member and with all those in the House who are willing to get to that point.
Recognizing the House Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, and once again, thank you to all of your staff who do a great job and have been a huge support in moving reconciliation forward, and you gave great answers to great questions. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, recognizing the member for Vancouver, Kilchana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister, I have a question. Page 220, Schedule D of the budget, has set aside $30 million for the acquisition of land and other assets for future final agreements. So I have several questions relating to that. So that's on page 220. So the first question is, what lands? Second one is, what assets? What agreements and which First Nations, please?
Recognizing the minister.
Thanks, Chair. The line item being asked about is related to the acquisition of land and other assets for future final agreements. Financing transactions for land transfers allows the ministry to prioritize private land purchases over the 3-year plan as part of treaty or other agreements. As part of Budget 2025, the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation has, as outlined, an annual appropriation of $30 million. This is an envelope to provide for future land transfers. I want to remind members that the province only includes private fee simple lands on a willing buyer, willing seller basis. And at this point, nothing has been authorized by government as part of this envelope for this fiscal year.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver-Kilchenna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to confirm on that, it's not even identified which First Nations this money would be transferred to, the 30 million? It's not been earmarked for any one agreement or one First Nation, is that right? It's just an envelope? So not earmarked for anything?
Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thanks, Chair. And yes, that is correct. It's an annual envelope that is drawn down subject to government decisions and authorities. And thank you for the question.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver-Kilchenna.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Minister. My next question is referring to page 224 of the budget, which is the estimated consolidated revenue fund operating result, general fund. Total general fund revenue has only increased 2% year over year, from 64.9 billion to 66.4 billion. And the Ministry of Agriculture and Food has seen a decline in its budget, because that's a small increase, 2%, of 228 million down to 142 million. These are rounded down or up. And then the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness has seen a reduction in its budget from 466 million all the way down to 125 million. Then your ministry sees an increase, which is quite a sharp increase, from 160 million all the way up to 187 million. So my question to you, Minister, is why is your ministry getting such a significant increase at a time when there's only been a 2% increase in the overall funds available, and other ministries have had such sharp declines?
Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to give you a summary answer and then go into a few more specific details. So the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation's budget is funded to match signed agreement costs and adjusts along with our commitments. MERS 2025-26 budget, as stated, is $186 million. This is a $26.8 million increase from the previous year. It includes dedicated and dependable funding, allowing us to meet our commitments, continue to work in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, and to effectively deliver our mandate. It also includes new stable funding for the First Peoples Cultural Council of $15 million a year, as well as $8 million of an annual increase for the fiscal relationship agreements with modern treaty nations to participate in co-management of land and resources in their treaties, and additional payments related to liquefied natural gas revenue sharing. So I'm happy to break that down even more specifically. MERS 2025-26 budget, as stated, is $186 million. A 16.8% increase, which is because of a $16 million increase in ministry operations vote. The ministry operations vote, a $10 million increase in the treaty and other agreements vote, and this is how we'll break down the votes as we get to it shortly. 0.007 million. My brain at this time of day is having trouble figuring out the decimals. 0.007 million increase to the Declaration Act Secretariat, and then a 0.2 million increase to planned returns in the First Citizens Fund special account. And as stated, a $15 million increase to provide stable funding for the First Peoples Cultural Council, First Nations Languages, Arts and Heritage programs. A 0.7 million increase to support the shared recovery wage mandate. All of this is public. Of course, 0.4 million in incremental funding for the First Peoples Cultural Council, and 0.03 million net decrease to the Minister's office.
Seeing no further questions, recognizing the member for Vancouver-Kilchena.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Minister. So this is obviously, a huge amount of money in the BC budget. And I'm just wondering, how does your ministry measure or gauge the success of these programs? What are the deliverables that you look at to see whether the taxpayers' money being spent is yielding the results that taxpayers should see? Like how do you measure that?
Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I'm very happy to get to speak to this question. So I'll first say the ministry has a service plan, of course, that is publicly available and contains goals, measures, and outcomes for the work that we do. The First Peoples Cultural Council, as a Crown corporation, also has a publicly available service plan with goals and measurable outcomes. Much like those, the Declaration Act annual report includes measurable actions and outcomes, and I wanted to give members some more details in case they haven't had the opportunity to read it. So Section 4 of the Declaration Act requires the province to develop and implement an action plan to achieve the objectives of the UN Declaration in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous people. The province's Declaration Act Action Plan was released on March 30th, 2022 as a 5-year cross-government plan to support the UN Declaration in BC. The action plan includes 89 tangible, achievable cross-government actions in the areas of self-determination and self-government, rights and title, ending anti-Indigenous racism, and enhancing social, cultural, and economic well-being. The action plan was developed through 2 years of intensive engagement, helping to ensure it reflects the priorities of Indigenous people in BC. Each ministry and government works in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples to deliver on their specific actions. Section 5 of the Declaration Act requires regular reporting to the BC Legislature to monitor progress on the alignment of laws and the action plan in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples. It includes tabling an annual report by June 30th each year. Available on the Declaration Act website, the 2023-24 annual report details progress made on 60 actions, either underway or completed in the first 2 years of the Declaration Act Action Plan, as well as work to align provincial laws. This includes housing and infrastructure, economic development and job creation, and new ways of achieving certainty, especially related to the sustainable development of natural resources. More will follow this year as work continues in consultation and cooperation. And again, I just thought I would give some specific examples of this work. The Declaration Act Secretariat has worked to support across ministries to align to achieve legislative alignment with the UN Declaration, and this has included amendments that support Indigenous peoples in exercising their jurisdiction over child and family services through the Child, Family and Community Services Act, as well as amendments to strengthen consultation, cooperation, and consent on adoption placements for Indigenous children through the Adoption Act. Amendments that uphold First Nations jurisdiction over education, including enabling First Nations to certify and regulate teachers in their own schools. Amendments that added a non-derogation clause to the Interpretation Act, which makes it clear that provincial laws uphold and do not diminish the rights of Indigenous peoples as outlined under Section 35 of the Constitution Act. Amendments that added Indigenous identity as a protected ground under the BC Human Rights Code, which will help all of us to combat anti-Indigenous racism and protect Indigenous peoples from discrimination. Amendments that have taken a significant step to dismantle systemic racism and discrimination faced by Indigenous, Black, and people of color through the Anti-Racism Data Act, and amendments that recognize Indigenous peoples' inherent rights to self-government as they relate to emergency management through the Emergency and Disaster Management Act. Again, all available in publicly available documents and reported out publicly on an annual basis.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver, Kilchenna.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to the Minister. My next question relates to the government transfers for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2024. These are the details of payees who received $25,000 or more from your ministry. there's some significant payments to law firms. The largest one is to Gowling's Law Firm in the amount of $105 million. And there's a payment to another law firm, much smaller, but still very significant, to Callison and Hanna Barristers and Solicitors for $15 million. So the first one was $105 million to one law firm and $15 million to another law firm. So my first question is, what was this money for? I have more questions relating to these payments, but if that's my first one.
Recognizing the minister.
Thanks, Chair. These are payments made to law firms, sometimes in trust related to implementation of agreements or government commitments to be released as certain conditions are met. And as I'm sure the member is aware, this is a common practice.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver, Kilchanna.
Thank you, Chair, and through to you, the Minister. So following on in this is like, what is the total amount of money estimated to be transferred to law firms, accounting firms, and consulting firms in the upcoming fiscal year? And it would be great if you could please separate out these amounts by category. So we've got law firms, accounting firms, and consulting firms that are being paid out of your ministry.
Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you very much. The ministry doesn't have contracts with accounting firms. In addition, we don't hire lawyers. The Attorney General, Ministry of the Attorney General hires lawyers, and so that question would be best directed to them. But the ministry's budget for consulting services is 1.8 million on the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation side and 253,000 for the Declaration Act Secretariat.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver Kilchenna.
Thank you, Chair, and through to you, the Minister. Okay, so coming back to this, when the funds are transferred to, so you're saying that your ministry does not hire any law firms directly? Is that right? Your ministry doesn't have a budget for that?
Recognizing the Minister.
Thank you, Chair. That is correct. We receive our legal services through the Ministry of the Attorney General, and all external legal services are operated through that ministry.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver Kilchenna.
Thank you, Chair, through you to the Minister. So I'm looking, this is the government transfers for the fiscal year ended March 24th. It's quite a long list of transfers that are made to bands. So many pages. So I'm sure you've seen this before. These are all, these transfers start at the level of 107 million going to one First Nation, and then it goes down to 61.9 million, 50 million, 48 million, 45 million, 44 million, 37 million, 37 million, 31 million, 28 million, 28 million, 27 million, 27 million, 17.9 million, 15 million, 14 million. And this is a very long list of payments. So I would like to know what these payments are for and under what are they, on what basis are these allocated? Some First Nations get, like the Saulteaux First Nations get $61.9 million, and then other First Nations end up getting, well, let's just go to any other one, 575,000. How is this list and these, how are these numbers arrived at?
Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you, Chair. The information that the member is referencing is for public accounts for the prior year, and we're in estimates for the 2025-2026 fiscal year.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver Kilchenna.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Minister. Is the Minister saying that these kinds of payments won't be made in the upcoming year? And this is last year's payment, so will similar payments be made in the upcoming year?
Recognizing the Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, payments will go to nations based on treaties, agreements, and other constructive arrangements, including revenue sharing agreements. These come from across ministries, but I can speak to our specific budget for this year, which is 31.6 million for ministry operations and 478 million for treaties and other agreements.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver-Kilchenna.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the Minister. There is a great disparity in the amounts being received of the First Nations. Some are receiving, 61.9 million, and the First Nation at the bottom of the list is receiving $10,000. What is the measurement used to determine which First Nations get these huge amounts and the ones that get just a very paltry amount compared to the others?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm not sure the exact document that the member is looking at. It's not our own estimates. If it is public accounts, then I'm happy to provide a bit of an explanation. Payments are made in accordance with agreement obligations. Public accounts reports at a summary level by recipient. Again, a signed reconciliation agreement, revenue sharing payments. These are also not necessarily all made by MER, so I can't provide further information.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver-Kilchenna.
Thank you, Chair. And through you to the Minister. What is the total monetary value of all cash, land, and other transfers to Indigenous peoples that are estimated for the upcoming fiscal year?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. I will reiterate that our budget for this year is 31.6 million for ministry operations and 478 million for treaties and other agreements. I can't comment, of course, on the budgets of other ministries.
Recognizing the
Chair, through you to the minister. Is the minister aware of how much money is being transferred from other ministries going towards First Nations issues, or is it you have your budget for your ministry, but you must be aware of other ministries who are also allocating parts of their budget towards First Nations matters, given that it's your portfolio? Or maybe you don't, I'm just seeing if you know what those amounts are.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. Reconciliation is an all of government responsibility, and so no, I don't have all of that information.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver Kilchenna.
Thank you, Chair, through you to the minister. But as a follow-on to this is that is the amount of money being spent just on consultations. So you have the total amount that you're transferring to Indigenous peoples, but do you know how much will be used during consultation? So specifically earmarked for consultation with the government. You're transferring money to First Nations for them to pay for consultation to argue back against the government. How much are we paying to the First Nations so they can use it to consult back with you?
Recognizing the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Thank you, Chair. As I've said, reconciliation is a whole of government responsibility. All ministries have consultation obligations and sometimes provide capacity funds to First Nations to support meeting our constitutional obligations to consult under Section 35 and the Declaration Act. I don't have those specific numbers for each ministry.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver-Kilchanna.
Thank you, Chair, through you to the Minister. Getting to the end here, I promise. Where is the money coming from for the agreements that you negotiate? Like, whose budget is this coming from? Which budgets and where? Like, can you direct me to where it is in the book, like where the money's coming from to negotiate these agreements? If it's, I mean, you are negotiating these deals on behalf of the province. It's a top priority for your government. You must have the money allocated.
Member, I just would like to remind you that your questions and comments should be directed through the chair.
Through the chair, yes. Chair, these deals are being negotiated on by this ministry on behalf for the province, and it is a top priority for the government. And the ministry must have the money allocated and earmarked for negotiated agreements for the upcoming year. So how much is being set aside for this, and how much is going to be coming from your ministry then to negotiate these agreements? Sorry, through the chair to the minister.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. Given the late hour, I'll direct the member to pages 129 and 130 of our estimates budget document, as well as page 50 of the supplement to the estimates, which has further details.
Recognizing the member for Vancouver-Kilchanna.
Thank you, Chair, through you to the minister. So my last question is around the seashell ban situation. The foundation agreement renewal with the seashell ban signed by the province last year included commitments of transfers worth $79 million over 5 years. Where specifically are these funds identified in the budget estimates, and how much of them come from your ministry?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to the Shishal Nation Foundation Agreement renewal, we have approval to provide this funding out of general government revenue for the amounts required for this fiscal year.
You promised you would be done soon. I'm teasing. This is my last. Okay. Recognizing the member for Vancouver-Kilchenna.
Okay, thank you, Chair, through you to the minister. My final question is, if each of the 204 First Nations were receiving $79 million over 5 years, that would be about $16 billion. Has the ministry estimated what the total value of transfers to First Nations will be from all ministries beyond the coming fiscal year?
Recognizing the minister.
No.
Seeing no further questions, I ask the minister if they would like to make any closing remarks.
Be brief, but to thank members for respectful dialogue on what we all recognize as very important shared work in our province, and again to thank my terrific staff team, both who are here and who do this work day in and day out with an incredible level of thoughtfulness and dedication, and bring that to partnerships that are strengthening our province for everyone who lives here.
Thank you, Minister, and all members. Seeing no further questions, I shall now call the vote. Shall vote 34 pass?
Aye.
Motion's carried. Thank you, members. I now recognize the minister to move the next vote.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move vote number 35, resolved that a sum not exceeding $105,204,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation Treaty and other agreements funding to March 31st, 2026.
Shall vote 35 pass?
Aye.
Motion's carried. I now recognize the minister to move the next vote.
Thank you again, Chair. I'd like to move vote number 36, resolved that a sum not exceeding $4,574,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation Declaration Act Secretariat to March 31st, 2026.
Shall vote 36 pass?
Aye.
The motion's carried. Thank you, members.
One more.
There is one more motion.
No. Well, yes.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I move that the committee rise and report resolution and completion and ask leave to sit again.
Members have heard the motion. Shall the motion pass?
Aye.
Motion's carried. Thank you, members. This committee shall now stand adjourned.